A faint chant echoes through a misty oak grove at dawn. This was the world of the Celtic Druids, the brilliant minds who guided an entire civilization. They were the ultimate keepers of ancient wisdom, the judges, historians, and spiritual leaders whose true story has been buried under centuries of myth. Tonight, we pull back those layers of time to uncover their hidden history. You will discover the complete story of their immense power and their mysterious vanishing from the world. How did a class of philosophers hold so much authority that an empire sought to erase them? And what profound secrets did they guard that were never written down? I am always curious to know, where are you listening from right now, and what is the local time where you are? What does the word Druid truly bring to mind for you? The popular image of a Druid is often a solitary figure in a white robe, but the reality was far more complex and powerful. These individuals formed the most highly educated and influential class in Celtic society. To become a Druid was to embark on a monumental intellectual journey, a training period that could span up to 20 years. Their minds were the living libraries of their people, tasked with memorizing an immense body of knowledge entirely through oral tradition. Nothing was ever written down, a deliberate choice to protect their sacred wisdom. They were not merely priests, but the supreme judges who settled legal disputes, the historians who preserved generations of lore, the philosophers who contemplated the natural world, and the skilled healers who understood the properties of plants. Their authority was absolute, and their word was law. This intellectual elite stood at the very heart of a three-part social structure, below the ruling chieftains and the warrior nobility, and above the vast class of farmers and artisans. The Druids served as the essential glue that bound this world together. They were the advisors to kings, the mediators between tribes, and the keepers of a cultural identity that stretched across ancient Europe, from the British Isles deep into Gaul and beyond. Their wisdom was the invisible framework upon which Celtic civilization was built, a network of knowledge that maintained balance and order for centuries. This immense power and knowledge found its home not in grand stone temples, but in the living heart of the forest. The Druids conducted their most sacred rites in secluded groves of oak, places they believed were charged with a tangible spiritual energy. Imagine standing in such a grove at dusk, the air cool and thick with the scent of damp earth and leaves. The only sounds are the rustle of branches overhead and the distant call of a bird. For the Druids, this was not merely a pretty place. It was a true temple without walls, a direct conduit to the divine. They saw these groves as locations where the veil between our world and the spirit world grew thin, where communication with the unseen was not just possible, but potent. Within these natural cathedrals, they would gather for their most important ceremonies, from the solemn observation of the stars to the quiet, intense instruction of their students. It was here, surrounded by ancient trees, that their vast oral knowledge was passed down from one generation to the next. This practice was rooted in a worldview known as animism. To a Druid, the entire natural world was alive and conscious. Every single element, from the mightiest river to the smallest pebble, possessed its own unique spirit and essence. A bubbling spring was not just water, it was a living entity with its own story and power. A towering oak was not just a tree, it was a wise, ancient being. This belief shaped everything they did. It meant that their role was not to dominate nature, but to listen to it, to understand its rhythms, and to maintain a sacred balance. Their rituals were a form of conversation with the world around them, a way of honoring the spirits of the land, the sky, and the water. This deep, reciprocal relationship with a living, breathing world defined their purpose as keepers of wisdom and guardians of the natural order. This decision to never write anything down was a cornerstone of their power. While other ancient cultures built vast libraries of scrolls, the Druids built a living library within the human mind. They held a profound conviction that sacred knowledge was simply too potent, too alive, to be imprisoned on perishable materials like parchment or stone. Words carved onto a page could be stolen, misinterpreted, or destroyed by fire or decay, but knowledge carried within a person, passed directly from a master to their student through years of intimate instruction, remained dynamic and protected. It was a wisdom that could be adapted, questioned, and deeply understood, not just read. This direct transmission was seen as the only way to truly grasp the essence of their teachings. It wasn't about memorizing a list of facts, but about internalizing a complete worldview, a way of being that connected the student to the cosmos itself. Can you fathom the level of mental discipline this required? A Druid in training had to commit to memory an almost unimaginable volume of information. We are talking about thousands of sacred verses, the complete history and genealogy of their people, the intricate details of complex legal codes, and an entire encyclopedia of medicinal herbs and astronomical observations. This was a lifetime's work, a feat of memory that seems superhuman to us today. They used sophisticated techniques like poetic meter and melody to encode this vast knowledge, turning it into a kind of mental architecture that could be recalled with perfect clarity. Yet this very strength, this sacred oral tradition, became their greatest vulnerability. When the Roman legions advanced and systematically sought to dismantle Celtic society, they targeted the Druids first. The knowledge that had been so carefully guarded in the minds of a select few had no physical backup. With the destruction of their centers of learning and the dispersal of their order, entire lifetimes of accumulated wisdom simply vanished, lost to the world with the breath of the last Druid who carried it. The silence that followed was profound. The sheer scale of this oral tradition demanded a specific kind of person, one forged through an intellectual trial few of us could comprehend. A child chosen for this path would be taken from their family, often around the age of 5, and placed under the strict guidance of a single master druid. This was not a simple school, it was a complete immersion into a world of knowledge, a 20-year commitment that would shape every facet of their being. Picture a young boy or girl, their life suddenly stripped of ordinary play and family comforts, now living in a secluded hut near a sacred grove. Their days would begin before sunrise and end long after sunset, filled with one primary task, the monumental act of memorization. The master would recite, and the student would repeat over and over until thousands of lines of sacred verse were etched perfectly into their young, malleable mind. This was not rote learning for a test, it was the careful weaving of an entire cultural tapestry into a single human consciousness. Their curriculum was vast and interconnected. They learned the complex laws that governed tribal disputes, from property boundaries to punishments for crimes. They committed to memory the movements of the stars and planets, seeing the night sky as a great celestial clock that dictated the timing of plantings, harvests, and sacred festivals. They studied the subtle properties of every plant, root, and berry in the forest, building an extensive knowledge of herbal medicine that could heal wounds, cure fevers, or ease a troubled mind. And woven through it all was a deep philosophy, a way of understanding humanity's place within a living, breathing cosmos. The relationship with their master was the core of this entire process. This was not a classroom of 30 students, it was a one-on-one transmission of wisdom. The master was not just a teacher, but a guardian, a spiritual parent, and a relentless taskmaster. The student's success was a direct reflection of the master's own legacy. This created a bond of immense pressure and profound intimacy. Every mistake was corrected instantly, every success was a shared triumph. The student learned not only the words of the verses but the subtle intonations, the pauses, the very spirit in which the knowledge was to be held and later conveyed. This was a total surrender of the self for a greater purpose. There were no shortcuts, no written notes to fall back on. The isolation was intentional, designed to remove all distractions and focus the mind entirely on its sacred task. Can you conceive of the discipline this required, the sheer willpower to devote 2 decades of your life to such a singular, silent pursuit? They were not just learning facts, they were being transformed into living vessels, the human pillars upon which their entire civilization stood. This grueling path was the only way to attain the profound wisdom that gave the Druids their unparalleled authority. Their authority extended far beyond the sacred grove and into the very fabric of daily Celtic life. When a dispute erupted, whether over a stolen cow or a contested border between powerful chieftains, the Druid was the final arbiter. Their word was law, a decree believed to be guided by divine will and an encyclopedic knowledge of a complex legal system known today as Brehon law. This was not a simple set of rough rules, but a sophisticated body of jurisprudence that governed everything from property rights to professional contracts. Imagine a case where one farmer's cattle strayed and trampled a neighbor's crop. A Druid judge would be summoned. He would not merely declare a punishment, but would consult a vast mental catalog of legal precedents, weighing the value of the crop, the intent of the cattle owner, and the history between the two families. The goal was not just to punish, but to restore balance and harmony to the community. The judgment he delivered was considered so absolute that to defy it was to defy the cosmic order itself, an act that could bring spiritual ruin upon an individual or an entire tribe. This legal framework was astonishingly detailed. It carefully defined the status of every person, from a noble to a common farmer, and their legal rights and responsibilities flowed directly from that status. It contained intricate laws regarding contracts, outlining the obligations of a blacksmith who failed to deliver a promised plowshare or a bard who did not perform at an agreed-upon wedding. There were even specific regulations for beekeeping, dictating what compensation was owed if someone's bees swarmed and stung a neighbor's livestock. This reveals a society with a highly developed sense of justice, one that valued precision and fairness, all administered by the Druids without a single written law book. Their minds were the living courthouses, their memories the sole repository of a legal tradition that maintained social order for centuries. This immense secular power, the ability to bind kings and settle the quarrels of commoners with a single pronouncement, cemented their position as the indispensable pillars of their world. Yet the Druids did not work in isolation. To their side stood another vital class of learned individuals, the bards. While the Druid served as judge and philosopher, the bard was the master of memory and music, the living voice of the tribe's soul. They formed a distinct group within the same sacred order, each with a specialized and indispensable role. Where the Druid held the law, the bard held the story. Their duty was to compose and recite the epic histories, the great myths of gods and heroes, and most importantly, the precise genealogies of the ruling chieftains. In a culture without written records, the bard's memory was the official archive, the guarantee that a leader's ancestry and rightful claim to power would never be forgotten. A chieftain's legitimacy depended not on a written deed, but on the flawless verses sung by his bard. The power wielded by these poets was both creative and destructive. A well-crafted praise poem could cement a leader's legacy for generations. Picture a great feast in a chieftain's hall, the fire roaring and the entire tribe gathered. The bard would stand, his harp in hand, and begin to sing. His words would weave a tapestry of the chieftain's bravery in battle, his generosity to his people, and the noble line of ancestors from which he sprang. This was not mere flattery. It was a public declaration of honor that reinforced the social order and secured the chieftain's place in the memory of his people. His name would live on as long as the poem was sung, but this power had a dark and feared counterpart, satire. If a ruler was unjust, greedy, or cowardly, the bard's satire was the ultimate weapon. It was believed that a biting, poetic insult delivered with the full authority of his office could bring literal ruin. A satire could cause a chieftain's face to break out in blisters. It could make his crops fail and his cattle become barren. More than any physical attack, it destroyed his honor, rendering him a laughingstock and stripping him of the respect necessary to lead. This was the profound Celtic belief in the power of words, that they were not just sounds, but active forces that could shape reality. The bard, therefore, was the keeper of a tribe's very identity, using the music of his voice and the sharpness of his wit to maintain balance, celebrating the virtuous and holding the powerful to account with nothing but the perfectly remembered word. But completing this sacred triad of knowledge was a third figure, the Vates, the seers and diviners who served as the mystics of the natural world. While the Druid was the judge and the bard the historian, the Vates was the prophet, the one tasked with interpreting the subtle whispers of the gods. Their role was to read the hidden messages woven into the fabric of everyday life, to discern the future by observing the patterns of the present. They were the natural philosophers who saw the entire world as a text to be decoded, a complex system of signs and omens pointing to a deeper divine will. A community facing a difficult decision, perhaps whether to go to war or relocate their village, would not rely solely on the chieftain's courage or the Druid's legal wisdom. They would turn to the Vates to seek a sign from the otherworld. The methods of the Vates were as varied as they were intricate, all rooted in a profound belief that the gods communicated through the living world. One of the most revered forms of divination was augury, the careful observation of bird flight. The Vates would sit for hours in a sacred place, his eyes fixed on the sky. This specific type of bird, the direction from which it came, the sound of its call, and the pattern of its flight were all pieces of a celestial puzzle. An eagle flying from the east might signify a coming victory, while a crow crying from the north could be a dire warning. Every movement was a potential word in a divine sentence they were trained to read. Another profound, though to our modern sensibilities unsettling, method was extispacy, the examination of the entrails of a sacrificed animal. The Celts believed the life force of a sacred creature, like a white bull, was a direct conduit to the divine. By carefully studying the color, shape, and markings of its internal organs, the Vates would seek answers. A healthy, unblemished liver might signal the gods' favor for a planned endeavor, while a misshapen or spotted organ could reveal hidden dangers. This was not seen as mere superstition, but as a sacred science of reading the physical manifestation of spiritual forces. Beyond these public rituals, the Vates were also masters of oneiromancy, the interpretation of dreams. They understood the dream state as a time when the soul was untethered from the body, free to travel and receive messages from the spirit world. A chieftain troubled by a vivid dream would seek out a vates to unravel its meaning. The seer would listen intently, not just to the events of the dream, but to the emotions and symbols within it, viewing them as a personal omen for the dreamer or a prophecy for the entire tribe. Through these practices, the vates acted as the essential bridge, the human interpreters who made the will of the unseen realms comprehensible to mortal ears. They provided a sense of order in a chaotic world, offering guidance that, whether it came from the flight of a bird or the shape of a liver, was believed to be the direct voice of the gods, shaping the fate of kings and commoners alike. This intricate web of ritual and divination was all in service of a vast and vibrant spiritual world. The Celtic pantheon was not a neat, orderly family of gods like the Greeks and Romans imagined, but a sprawling, dynamic collection of powerful local deities. The Druids were the essential mediators between the human tribe and these divine forces, understanding that each forest, each river, and each region had its own unique spirits to be honored. Their role was to know these gods intimately, to call upon them by their true names, and to maintain the sacred contracts that ensured the land remained fertile and the people protected. Think of their knowledge not as a single holy book, but as a living map of the spiritual landscape, constantly refined through observation and revelation. Among this multitude of divine beings, a few powerful figures were revered across vast distances. There was Lug, known as the Long-Handed, a master of every art and craft imaginable. He was not just a god of one thing, but a patron of all skills, from blacksmithing to poetry, from warfare to strategy. A community would call upon Lug not for a single favor, but for the general flourishing of talent and ingenuity among its people. Then there was Brigid, a goddess so beloved she was later seamlessly woven into Christian sainthood. She was a triple deity, holding sway over the sacred flames of the forge, the healing arts of the physician, and the inspired fire of poetry itself. She embodied the essential life forces of creation, protection, and inspiration, a nurturing presence in both the home and the heart, and in the deep shadowed quiet of the oak groves, another presence was felt, Cernunnos, the horned god of the forest. Often depicted seated in a meditative pose, with the antlers of a great stag upon his head, he was the lord of the wild, untamed places. He represented the fertile, raw power of nature, the cycle of life, death, and rebirth that governed the animal kingdom and the deepest parts of the human soul. He was not a god to be controlled, but one to be approached with respect, a reminder that humanity was part of a much older, wilder order. Yet for all the prominence of these gods, the core of Celtic belief remained fiercely local. A druid from the misty highlands of Scotland would know the specific spirit of a particular loch, while a druid from the sunny coasts of Gaul would understand the unique temperament of a local river goddess. This was a religion of place, rooted in the animistic belief that every element of the world was conscious and deserved its own relationship. The great myths were not fixed but fluid, changing from one valley to the next, adapted to the land and its people. The Druids' profound wisdom lay in this deep, localized knowledge, an understanding that true power was not in a distant, uniform heaven, but in the very soil beneath their feet and the air they breathed. One ritual, more than any other, has come to symbolize the Druids' sacred bond with the living world. The Roman writer Pliny the Elder preserved a remarkable account of a ceremony so potent it could only be performed under the most precise celestial conditions. On the 6th day of the new moon, a solemn procession would wind its way into the heart of an oak grove. The Druids believed the moon governed the rhythmic pulse of all life, and this specific phase represented a moment of perfect balance when the plant's vital essence was at its peak. Their target was not the mighty oak itself, but a rare and precious growth upon its branches, mistletoe. This was no ordinary plant. To find mistletoe, which draws its life not from the earth but from the sap of a host tree, growing on an oak was considered a miraculous event. The Druids saw it as a sacred symbol of divine blessing, a direct gift from the gods, possessing incredible healing properties and the power to counteract any poison. The ceremony itself was a breathtaking display of reverence and precision. The Druids would not dare to defile this divine gift with iron, a metal they associated with war and the mundane world. Instead, a specially prepared sickle of gold, a metal sacred to the sun, was used for the harvest. A pure white cloth was spread beneath the tree, ready to catch the cuttings, for allowing the mistletoe to touch the ground was believed to desecrate its power and drain its magic back into the earth. As the golden sickle flashed in the muted forest light, severing the plant, 2 white bulls were sacrificed in a final act of profound gratitude. This entire ritual was a masterful demonstration of their interconnected wisdom. It reveals their deep astronomical knowledge, their ability to track the complex cycles of the moon with exacting accuracy to pinpoint this single powerful day. It showcases their advanced botanical understanding, recognizing the unique parasitic nature of mistletoe and its potent medicinal qualities, and above all, it illustrates their core philosophy of reciprocity, of giving back to the spirits through sacrifice in return for the divine gift they were about to receive. The mistletoe was then carefully prepared into a sacred potion, seen as a universal antidote and a conduit of fertility, a tangible piece of celestial magic now in the hands of its earthly guardians. This other world was not a distant heaven, but a parallel reality, a vibrant dimension that existed just beyond a thin, shimmering veil. The Druidic universe was likely a 3-layered cosmos, a profound vision of existence that shaped every aspect of Celtic life. The world you and I inhabit, the mortal realm, was merely the middle layer, the crossroads where all the worlds met. Above us was the celestial realm, the domain of the shining gods, a place of pure power and cosmic order. But it was the third realm, the otherworld, that truly captured the Celtic imagination. This was a land of perpetual youth and breathtaking beauty, where time flowed differently and sorrow was unknown. It was a place of endless feasting, joyful music, and radiant landscapes, often envisioned as a series of mystical islands across the Western Sea, or hidden within the quiet, hollow hills of the countryside. This was not a reward for a good life, but the ultimate destination for every soul, a realm of eternal peace and reunion. This cosmology fundamentally reshaped the Celtic view of death. The end of a life in this world was not a final, terrifying conclusion. It was a transition, a journey home to the otherworld's bliss. The soul did not die, it simply shed its mortal form to continue its existence in a more perfect state. This belief in a seamless cycle of life, death, and rebirth infused their culture with a unique perspective on mortality. A warrior could face battle with a fearless courage that baffled their Roman enemies, for death in this world was merely a passport to a better one. This was not an end, but a return. Yet the veil between these worlds was not always impenetrable. There were specific, potent times of the year when the boundary grew thin and fragile, allowing for communication and even passage between the realms. The most important of these thresholds was the festival of Samhain, celebrated from sunset on October 31st into the day of November 1st. This was the Celtic New Year, the end of the harvest and the beginning of the dark, barren winter. As the life of the land died back, the Druids taught that the spiritual energy of the world shifted. The veil between the mortal realm and the otherworld became so thin that it was little more than a mist. During Samhain, the spirits of the ancestors were believed to return to visit their old homes. The doors to the Shia, the fairy mounds, were thrown open, and all manner of supernatural beings could cross over into our world. This was a time of both great reverence and profound caution. Communities would gather for massive feasts, setting places at the table for their departed loved ones. Great bonfires were lit on the hills, not just for warmth and light, but as powerful beacons to guide the wandering spirits and to symbolically hold back the deepening dark of the coming season. It was also a time for divination, as the thin veil made it easier for the Vates to peer into the future. People would engage in rituals to seek glimpses of their future spouse or their fortune for the coming year. But this openness was a double-edged sword. Not all that crossed over were benevolent. Alongside the honored ancestors, mischievous or even malevolent spirits could also slip through the thinning veil. This is the ancient root of our modern Halloween traditions of wearing costumes and carving faces into turnips, later pumpkins. These were not mere decorations, they were protective measures. A frightening mask or a grotesque lantern was meant to confuse any hostile spirits, making the wearer appear as one of them and thus safe from harm. Offerings of food and drink were left outside to appease these otherworldly visitors, a practice that echoes in our custom of handing out treats. The entire festival was a delicate dance of welcoming the beloved dead while simultaneously warding off dangerous intruders, all under the guidance of the Druids who understood the delicate balance of the cosmos. This belief in a permeable world where the spiritual and mortal constantly interacted made life a sacred, continuous journey, not a solitary path ending in a grave. This celestial wisdom was not just theory, but a practical science etched into the very landscape. Across the green hills of Britain and the plains of Gaul, the Druids constructed sophisticated observatories from timber and stone. While Stonehenge is the most famous, it was just one of many such henges, great circles that functioned as colossal calendars under the open sky. These were not random arrangements of boulders, but precisely aligned instruments. Specific stones were positioned to frame the rising sun on the summer solstice, or to mark the extreme points of the moon's complex cycle. Walking within one of these circles, a druid could stand at a central point and, by looking through certain gaps in the stones, predict the changing of the seasons with astonishing accuracy. Their understanding went far beyond simple sunrises and sunsets. They tracked the moon's subtle wobble, a 19-year cycle known as the Metonic cycle, which allowed them to harmonize the lunar months with the solar year long before many other cultures. This was not idle stargazing, it was the essential knowledge that structured their entire world, from the most sacred ceremony to the most practical task of planting a field. This profound astronomical knowledge found its most complete expression in a remarkable discovery, the Coligny calendar. Unearthed in France in the late 19th century, this fragmented bronze tablet reveals a lunisolar calendar of breathtaking complexity. It was a masterpiece of timekeeping, a 5-year cycle that ingeniously wove together the moon's phases with the sun's journey. The calendar was divided into 12 lunar months, each with 29 or 30 days, but to keep this lunar count in sync with the longer solar year, the Druids inserted an extra month every 2.5 years. This required a deep, long-term understanding of celestial mechanics. Each month was also carefully marked as either auspicious or inauspicious, a direct link between the movements of the heavens and the affairs of the community. The start of a month was not fixed to a numerical date, but was declared when the first slender crescent of the new moon was sighted by the watchful Druids. This practice made their calendar a living, breathing entity, constantly reaffirming their role as the interpreters of the cosmos. This intricate dance of the sun and moon dictated the rhythm of all Celtic life. The great fire festivals of Imbolc, Beltane, Lugnasad, and Samhain were not arbitrarily chosen, but were precisely timed to key solar events, the cross-quarter days that fall midway between a solstice and an equinox. When the Druids announced the beginning of Beltane at the first light of May 1st, it was not just a religious decree. It was a signal that the weather was finally safe for moving cattle to their summer pastures, that the soil was warm enough for planting the vital summer crops. The entire agricultural cycle, the very survival of the tribe, was governed by this celestial clock. A farmer didn't simply look at the trees to know when to sow his seeds. He waited for the word from the Druids, who had read the message in the stars. This seamless fusion of astronomy, agriculture, and spirituality meant that for the ancient Celts, there was no separation between science and faith. To track a planet's path was to understand the mind of a god. To celebrate a solstice was to ensure the continuation of life itself. Their calendar was more than a tool. It was a sacred map of time, a constant reminder that human existence was a small, yet integral part of a vast and orderly cosmic cycle. This prophetic power was not a vague superstition, but a tangible force that shaped the destiny of nations. Across the Celtic world, kings would not dream of leading their warriors into battle without first consulting a Druid seer. Their pronouncements could crown a hero or halt an army in its tracks. One of the most famous prophecies concerns the legendary Irish hero Cú Chulainn. Before his birth, the Druid Cathbad foretold that a boy born on that specific day would achieve everlasting fame, but that his life would be tragically short. This prophecy did not deter the hero's mother, but instead set the entire course for one of the greatest epics in Celtic lore, infusing every one of Cú Chulainn's glorious deeds with a profound and poignant shadow. In another tale, a druidess directly warned the Welsh prince Matholwch that if he married the Irish Queen Branwen, it would lead to a catastrophic war between the two islands. Her words, tragically ignored, were fulfilled to the letter, resulting in a conflict so devastating it left only a handful of survivors. These were not guesses, they were considered absolute glimpses into a fixed future, delivered by those who could read the threads of fate. The weight of such a responsibility rested entirely on the Druid's ability to interpret the world's subtle signs. A king pacing in his fort, awaiting word on an approaching enemy, would hang on every observation his seer reported. The flight patterns of birds were a constant source of intelligence. A flock of ravens suddenly scattering to the west might indicate the direction from which an attack would come. The specific cries of certain birds could signal everything from impending betrayal to the favor of a particular god. Even the behavior of everyday animals held meaning. A fox crossing the army's path from left to right could be an ill omen, suggesting hidden deception, while a stag standing calmly ahead might be a powerful sign of protection and strength from the forest lord Cernunnos. The sky itself was a vast, shifting canvas of messages. The Druids were masters of nephomancy, the reading of clouds. The shape, color, and speed of clouds before a crucial battle were meticulously analyzed. A fast-moving, fragmented sky might warn of chaos and confusion in the ranks, while a single towering cloud formation could be interpreted as the direct presence of a tribal god, offering their support. And when a comet blazed across the night sky, it was never just a celestial rock. It was a thunderous announcement from the otherworld, a portent of the fall of kings or the birth of a new age. These natural omens formed the core data for the Druids' predictions, a language they spent a lifetime learning to speak fluently. The decision to advance, retreat, or form an alliance could all hinge on the Druids' interpretation of a bird's cry or a cloud's shape. A single observation could send hundreds of warriors marching in a new direction, change the outcome of a siege, or legitimize a new ruler. This was the ultimate extension of their role as mediators between the human and the divine, translating the whispers of the natural world into commands that shaped history itself. The Druids' power to read the stars and interpret the will of the gods was a strategic weapon of immense consequence on the battlefield. While they did not wield swords themselves, their influence over the outcome of a conflict was absolute. A chieftain contemplating war would first seek the Druid's counsel not merely for a prophecy, but for a moral and legal judgment. The Druid had the authority to declare a war either just or unjust, a sacred pronouncement rooted in their role as the keepers of Brahman law. A war declared unjust would lack divine favor, making it a doomed and spiritually corrupt endeavor that no honorable warrior would join. This power made them the ultimate moral compass for their entire society, able to grant or withhold the spiritual legitimacy that made victory possible. Before the first spear was thrown, the Druids would perform intricate rites to bless the warriors and the very ground they stood upon. They would call upon the tribal gods for protection and strength, their chants believed to weave a shield of spiritual energy around the fighting men. These ceremonies were not simple good luck charms. They were seen as essential preparations, a way of aligning the human endeavor with the forces of the cosmos to ensure success. The warriors believed that without this sacred blessing, their courage would be hollow and their blades would turn aside. Perhaps their most astonishing role was that of the inviolable mediator. There are accounts from Roman historians describing how a single Druid, clad in his white robe, could walk unarmed directly into the no man's land between two bristling armies. His person was considered so sacred that both sides would lower their weapons, bound by a deep cultural taboo against harming him. In that tense silence, he would negotiate a truce or even a lasting peace, using his immense authority and his knowledge of inter-tribal law to find a resolution. This was not a sign of weakness, but a demonstration of a power greater than any king's command, the power of wisdom and spiritual authority to halt a war before it ever began. Their word could literally stop an army in its tracks, a testament to a culture that, for all its warrior spirit, held the peacemaker in the highest possible esteem. This spiritual authority had a geographical heart, a sacred center that pulsed with the collective wisdom of the Celtic world. For centuries, the undisputed stronghold of Druidism was Gaul, the vast territory of modern-day France. Here, among the powerful tribes like the Idui and the Arverni, the Druidic order flourished, its influence weaving together a tapestry of diverse peoples. But this continental heartland was destined to face a direct and brutal challenge from the south, as the Roman war machine advanced, systematically conquering Gaul. The Druids and their knowledge were forced to migrate, to retreat to the last free bastions of the Celtic spirit. Their journey was a great exodus of the mind, a crossing of the Channel to the mist-shrouded islands of Britain, and beyond that, to the final, unconquered sanctuary of Ireland. The Romans never managed to plant their eagles on Irish soil, and because of this, the island became a living ark, a place where the old ways, the ancient language, and the unbroken Druidic traditions could continue to breathe and evolve, safe from the legion's reach. Yet even within Britain, a final, powerful nerve center existed. Historical and archaeological evidence strongly points to the island of Anglesey, off the coast of Wales, as being this legendary pan-tribal gathering place. Imagine this remote, windswept island, separated from the mainland by a treacherous strait. It was here, perhaps once each year, that Druids from every corner of the Celtic world would converge. They came from the hills of Scotland, the forests of England, and the mountains of Wales, setting aside tribal rivalries for a higher purpose. This was not merely a religious retreat, it was the supreme council and university of the Druidic world. In this secluded sanctuary, the most learned Druids would serve as a kind of high court, settling major disputes between powerful chieftains that local judges could not resolve. Their word here was final, a binding verdict that prevented inter-tribal wars and maintained a fragile peace across the land. This annual assembly was also the intellectual lifeblood of their culture. It was a grand convocation where knowledge was shared, debated, and preserved. A Druid from a distant tribe might recite a new historical poem, ensuring its verses were memorized by others to safeguard it against loss. A master healer might share discoveries about a previously unknown medicinal herb. Astronomers would compare their observations of the night sky, refining their complex calendar. This was the critical infrastructure of an oral civilization, a way of synchronizing and backing up the immense library of wisdom that existed only in their collective memory. Anglesey was more than an island, it was the living brain of the Celtic world, a place where the scattered threads of knowledge were woven back into a single, unbreakable cord. This sacred sanctuary on Anglesey could not remain hidden forever. The same Roman legions that had crushed the Druidic heartland in Gaul now fixed their gaze across the narrow strait. For the Empire, this remote island was the final obstacle, the last bastion of a defiant ideology they were determined to extinguish. The Roman confrontation was not merely a military campaign, it was a profound cultural collision. Rome's motivations were a potent blend of practical politics and deep-seated moral outrage. On one hand, the conquest of Britain was a strategic necessity to secure the empire's volatile northern frontier, and to plunder the island's rich resources of tin, gold, and grain. Yet the Druids themselves represented a unique and intolerable threat. Their power was the glue that held the disparate Celtic tribes together. While Rome could defeat chieftains in battle, it could not easily control a population that answered to a higher spiritual authority that operated outside of Roman law. The Druids were the architects of Celtic resistance, their influence a direct challenge to the absolute authority of the emperor and the Roman state. They were living symbols of an independent spirit that had to be broken. Compounding this political threat was a powerful propaganda tool. Roman historians like Julius Caesar wrote with horror of the Druidic practice of human sacrifice. They described wicker men filled with living victims and set ablaze as offerings to the gods, a stark contrast to Rome's own more sanitized state religion. Whether these accounts were entirely accurate or exaggerated for effect, they served a vital purpose. They painted the Celts as savage barbarians in desperate need of Rome's civilizing mission. By framing the war as a moral crusade against inhuman practices, Rome justified its own brutal campaign of eradication. The empire saw itself as bringing law, order, and enlightenment to a land shrouded in dark superstition. The independent Druidic order, with its deep roots and alternative source of power, had no place in this new world they were building. The stage was set for a final, terrible reckoning. Our most direct window into the Druidic world comes from the pen of their greatest enemy. Julius Caesar, in his commentaries on the Gallic Wars, provides the most extensive contemporary description of their order, a record that is both invaluable and deeply problematic. As the Roman general who orchestrated the conquest of Gaul, Caesar had a unique vantage point, observing the Druids up close during his campaigns. He details their immense social power, confirming that they acted as the supreme judges in all public and private disputes. He writes of their lengthy training, noting that some students devoted 20 years to memorizing a great number of verses. He even describes their belief in the immortality of the soul, a doctrine he says they taught to encourage bravery in battle. This information is a priceless glimpse into a lost world, a structured report from the front lines of a cultural collision. Yet we must read his words with a critical eye, for Caesar was not an unbiased anthropologist. He was a conqueror writing for a specific political audience back in Rome. His account is carefully crafted to serve as a justification for his own brutal military campaigns. By portraying the Celtic people and their spiritual leaders as dangerously barbaric, he legitimized his mission to subjugate them. He emphasizes their practice of human sacrifice, describing the horrific burning of victims inside giant wicker figures, a practice his Roman readers would have found utterly repugnant. He presents the Druids not as sophisticated philosophers, but as cruel priests presiding over savage rites. This depiction served a clear purpose. It framed the Roman invasion not as a land grab, but as a civilizing mission, a necessary war to bring law and order to a benighted people. The truth likely lies somewhere in between. Human sacrifice was probably a rare, extreme measure reserved for moments of existential crisis, not a daily occurrence. Caesar's selective reporting magnified its importance to suit his narrative. His writings are a double-edged sword, a source that illuminates the Druids even as it casts them in a shadow of its own making. To understand them, we must listen to what Caesar says, but also hear the silent motives behind his words. The ultimate confrontation arrived in the year 60, a final, brutal clash of worlds. The Roman governor Suetonius Paulinus, a hardened and ambitious commander, set his sights on the last great sanctuary, the island of Mona, known today as Anglesey. He understood that to break the Celtic spirit, he must first shatter its spiritual heart. His legions marched to the Welsh coast and stared across the narrow strait at their objective. What met their eyes was a scene calculated to freeze the blood of even the most disciplined soldier. The opposite shore was not lined with a conventional army, but with a terrifying spectacle of faith and defiance. The historian Tacitus recorded the moment. Massed along the water's edge stood the Druids, their arms raised to the heavens, their faces twisted in furious concentration. Their voices rose in a unified, piercing shriek, hurling ancient curses and imprecations against the invaders. They called upon their gods to smite the Romans, to swamp their boats, to rot their flesh. And beside them stood warrior women, their hair wild, brandishing torches and screaming with a fury that seemed otherworldly. The very air crackled with their perceived magic, a wall of sound and spiritual energy meant to terrify and paralyze the advancing legions. For a moment it worked. The Roman soldiers hesitated on the bank, their superstitious dread momentarily overwhelming their training. The sight of this frenzied, screaming host seemed less like an army and more like a gateway into a nightmare realm. But Paulinus was a pragmatist unmoved by curses. He rallied his men, shouting that these were mere barbarians, their shouts empty noise. He ordered the trumpets to blare and the drums to beat, drowning out the cacophony of spells. The legionaries, shamed by their commander's resolve, plunged into the water, their armored boats cutting through the chill waves. They hit the beach and surged forward, their steel discipline and cold efficiency a stark contrast to the chaotic fervor of the defenders. The battle, if it could be called that, was a merciless slaughter. The Druids and their guardians, armed with faith and courage but little else, were cut down by the relentless advance of professional soldiers. The sacred groves, which had echoed with chants for centuries, now rang with the sounds of clashing metal and dying screams. The Romans showed no quarter. They systematically destroyed the holy sites, hacking down the ancient oaks and setting the groves ablaze. The altars were smashed, the shrines desecrated. The intent was absolute annihilation, not just of people, but of an idea. the living library of the Druids was put to the sword, its knowledge extinguished in a single bloody day. The sanctuary of Anglesey was reduced to smoldering ash, its sacred silence broken forever. With the sacred groves of Anglesey reduced to ash, the Roman campaign shifted from military conquest to a systematic cultural eradication. The victory over the Druids was not seen as complete until their very existence was outlawed across the empire. A series of imperial decrees, issued under emperors like Augustus and Tiberius, formally banned Druidic practices. The public justification was always the abolition of human sacrifice, a practice Roman propaganda magnified to monstrous proportions. By focusing on this single, brutal aspect, Rome could frame its suppression as a moral crusade, a necessary act of civilization cleansing the barbaric darkness from its new territories. But the true target was always the Druids' immense political power. Their authority to judge legal cases, to settle disputes between tribes, and to declare war or peace was a direct challenge to Roman rule. The empire could not tolerate a parallel government operating on spiritual authority, especially one that unified the conquered tribes under a shared cultural identity. So the Romans set out to dismantle this power structure piece by piece. They actively co-opted the Celtic aristocracy, offering the sons of chieftains a Roman education and the tantalizing prospect of citizenship and privilege within the new imperial system. Why remain a local lord answering to a Druid when you could become a Roman magistrate? These young nobles were brought into the Roman fold, taught Latin, and introduced to the comforts of villa life and the workings of Roman law. Their allegiance slowly shifted from their ancestral traditions to the source of their new status and wealth. Simultaneously, Roman law was imposed as the sole legal system. The complex, memorized codes of Brehon law that the Druids had carried in their minds for generations were rendered obsolete overnight. A dispute over land was no longer settled by a Druid under an oak tree, but by a Roman judge in a basilica, referencing written statutes from 1,000 miles away. The Druids were stripped of their primary secular function, their role as judges made illegal and irrelevant. Their spiritual authority was also directly assaulted through the promotion of the Roman state religion. Temples to gods like Jupiter and Minerva were erected in new Roman towns, and the imperial cult, which demanded loyalty to the emperor as a divine figure, was introduced. The local Celtic gods were not necessarily banned, but they were often absorbed and reinterpreted, their identities merged with Roman counterparts to dilute their unique power. The goddess Brigid might be associated with Minerva, her triple aspects simplified into a single Roman ideal. This religious syncretism was a clever tool, allowing the conquered people to feel their gods were still honored, but only within a Roman framework that ultimately reinforced Roman control. The Druids, the essential mediators between the people and their gods, were cut out of this new divine contract. Without their judicial and spiritual roles, the foundation of their authority crumbled. They were pushed to the fringes, their teachings driven underground, their immense knowledge becoming a dangerous secret rather than a public good. The living library of Celtic wisdom was not just burned, it was systematically made illegal to read from. While the sacred groves of Britain fell to Roman axes, one land remained a sanctuary. Across the Irish Sea, the old ways continued to breathe freely for centuries more. Ireland, with its rugged coasts and dense forests, was a land Rome never conquered. Here, the Druidic order not only survived, it thrived, maintaining its central role as judge, historian, and philosopher within a society of warring kings. In this isolated island, the ancient knowledge found its last unbroken refuge. The Druids of Ireland advised the high kings at Tara, settled disputes between powerful clans, and preserved the great cycles of myth that defined the Irish identity. Their power was so deeply woven into the fabric of life that when a new spiritual force finally arrived on its shores, it did not come with legions, but with monks bearing manuscripts and a new god. This was the beginning of a profound and complex transformation, a slow turning of the world not by the sword, but by the word. The first Christian missionaries, figures like Saint Patrick, encountered a culture where the Druid was still the primary source of wisdom and authority. The initial meetings were not immediately violent, but rather a clash of intellectual and spiritual worlds. These early Christians were astute. They understood they could not simply erase a tradition this powerful. Instead, they engaged the Druids in a battle of ideas, a long and fascinating series of public debates held in the courts of kings. The fate of a nation was to be decided not on a battlefield, but through theological argument and displays of spiritual power. The Druids, confident in their ancient wisdom, would challenge the new preachers, testing their God with curses and prophecies. The Christians, in turn, would perform their own miracles and present the logic of their faith. This created a remarkable period of overlap, a twilight era where pagan seers and Christian scribes stood side by side, each vying for the soul of Ireland. For a time, they coexisted in an uneasy tension. A king might have both a Druid and a Christian bishop in his retinue, seeking counsel from both worlds. Some Druids, seeing the shifting tides, even converted, bringing their immense learning and social standing with them into the new church. This was not a simple replacement of one belief system with another, but a slow and intricate merging. The old sacred days, like Samhain and Beltane, were often rededicated to Christian saints. Holy wells that had once been dedicated to local spirits became sites of pilgrimage to St. Bridget. The Celtic cross itself is a perfect symbol of this fusion, a Christian symbol encircled by the Druidic sun wheel, representing the unbroken cycle of life. The very stories that the Druids had once memorized, the great epics of heroes and gods, were now carefully transcribed by Christian monks into beautifully illuminated manuscripts like the Book of Leinster. In this quiet scholarly act, the ancient oral tradition of the Druids was saved from total oblivion, but it was also forever changed, filtered through a new religious lens. The living, breathing wisdom of the oak grove was now ink on a page, preserved, yet also frozen in time. This clash of traditions came to a head with the arrival of a single determined figure. Saint Patrick, a man who had once been a slave in this very land, returned not with an army, but with a new kind of authority rooted in written words and a single universal God. His mission ignited a legendary battle of wills, a series of public confrontations where the old magic of the Druids was tested against the proclaimed miracles of the new faith. The most famous of these encounters occurred at the court of the High King Leocair during the spring festival of Beltane, a time when Druidic power was believed to be at its peak. By lighting a forbidden fire on a hill overlooking the king's capital, Patrick directly challenged the Druids' control over the sacred calendar. The king's own Druids were thrown into a panic, warning that if this fire were not extinguished, it would burn forever and eclipse their own authority. This was no minor dispute over ritual. It was a direct claim for spiritual supremacy. The Druids summoned all their arts to counter this threat. They called down a magical darkness to shroud the land, only for Patrick to pray and dispel it. They attempted to poison him, but the saint blessed his food and rendered their potions harmless. Each time the Druids wielded their traditional power, Patrick countered with a demonstration of a power they could not comprehend, a power he claimed came not from the spirits of the land, but from a single, all-powerful deity who transcended place. These stories, preserved in later Christian texts, are more than just tales of triumph. They represent the fundamental tension between two worldviews. The Druids' wisdom was local, tied to the specific spirits of a tree, a spring, or a king's fort. Patrick's wisdom was portable, universal, and locked in the written words of a book that could be carried anywhere. This was the undeniable advantage of the new faith. A Druid's knowledge died with him, but a Bible could be copied infinitely, its message remaining perfectly consistent from one monastery to the next. The very nature of wisdom was being redefined before their eyes, shifting from a secret, orally transmitted art to a publicly accessible, written revelation. So the old order did not die in a final, fiery clash. It simply changed its robes. The Druids, the ultimate pragmatists and keepers of wisdom, recognized a fundamental shift in the spiritual winds. Faced with a faith that was both politically useful and intellectually robust, many chose a path of adaptation over futile resistance. They did not abandon their posts as the learned elite. Instead, they brought their immense intellectual capital with them into the new church. A Druid who had once memorized the genealogies of kings and the complex cycles of the stars found a natural new vocation as a Christian scribe, meticulously copying psalms and gospels in the scriptorium of a monastery. The very mental discipline that had been honed over 20 years of oral training, the capacity to hold vast tracts of information in perfect order, was now directed toward preserving a different kind of sacred text. Their deep knowledge of the land and its people made them invaluable to the new religious hierarchy, allowing the Church to put down roots in familiar soil. This was not a surrender, but a strategic migration of the mind. The ancient role of the bard underwent a similar, equally profound transformation. In Ireland, this learned class evolved into the fili, a term meaning seer or poet. These men were the direct inheritors of the bardic tradition, and they retained a staggering amount of social prestige. A master fili still held a position just below the king, his word carrying immense weight. He was still the guardian of history, the composer of praise poems that could make a king's reputation, and the wielder of satire that could destroy a man's honor. Can you see the continuity, the old power of the spoken word, the belief that poetry could physically affect the world, lived on in this new class? They continued to train for years, memorizing hundreds of complex poetic meters and the vast body of traditional lore. The core of their knowledge was still the great mythological cycles, the very stories the Druids had once safeguarded. The crucial difference was one of framing. The old gods were gradually reinterpreted not as divine beings, but as heroic ancestors, their epic deeds becoming national history rather than sacred scripture. The fili became the bridge, ensuring that the soul of the culture was not lost, only rehoused within a new spiritual framework. This blending is visible in the stunning artwork of the time. Look at the intricate knotwork illuminating the pages of the Book of Kells, those endless, interlacing patterns with no beginning and no end are not a Christian invention. They are a pre-Christian Celtic artistic principle, a visual representation of the interconnectedness of all life that the Druids had always taught. The Christian monks, many of whom were descended from Druidic families, were simply using the artistic language of their ancestors to decorate the new holy word. The sacred cauldron of rebirth from Celtic myth finds its echo in the chalice of the Eucharist. The veneration of holy wells and sacred springs continued unabated, only now they were dedicated to a saint instead of a local goddess. This was not a clean break, but a deep cultural fusion, a conversation between the old world and the new that allowed a rich and ancient wisdom to flow, like an underground river, into the future. This quiet, scholarly work within the monastery walls became an unexpected arc for an entire world of stories. While the Druidic order itself faded from power, its most precious legacy, the great cycles of myth and genealogy, was rescued from the brink of silence by the very scribes who served the new faith. In isolated Irish monasteries like Clonmacnoise and Glendalough, a remarkable act of preservation began. Monks, who are often the sons and grandsons of the learned classes, bent over vellum pages with quills in hand, not just copying psalms, but meticulously writing down the epic tales of their ancestors. They were transferring the immense oral library of the Druids and bards into the durable form of written text. This was not a simple act of recording, it was a cultural translation, a conscious decision to save the soul of their people from oblivion. The stories that had once been sung in chieftains' halls, passed from master to student over generations, were now being given a new permanent home in ink. The most famous of these collections are the great saga cycles. The Ulster cycle, with its towering hero Cú Chulainn, was preserved in manuscripts like the Book of the Dun Cow. Here, the ancient warrior codes, the jays that bound a hero to his fate, and the complex politics of the Red Branch Knights were saved for posterity. The mythological cycle, detailing the arrival of the god like Tuatha Dé Danann in Ireland, was captured in the Book of Invasions. These were not mere fairy tales to the monks who wrote them. They were the foundational history of their nation, the chronicles that explained the origins of the landscape and the lineage of their kings. The monks often framed these tales with a Christian perspective, sometimes presenting the old gods as a race of magical, powerful ancestors rather than deities, but they rarely censored the core of the stories. The magic, the battles, the passions, and the profound tragedies were all written down with palpable care. In this act, these Christian scribes became the unwitting guardians of a pagan past, ensuring that the voices of the Druids, though silenced, would never be completely lost. The living word of the oak grove was now sleeping on the page, waiting for a future age to awaken it once more. But the story of the Druids was not over. For centuries, their memory slumbered beneath the soil and in the crumbling pages of old manuscripts, a seed waiting for the right conditions to sprout. That moment arrived with the dawn of the 18th century, a period of profound change that yearned for the ghosts of an older, simpler world. The Industrial Revolution was beginning to reshape the landscape with soot and steel, and in reaction, a powerful new movement swept through the arts and intellect of Europe, Romanticism. This was not a time for cold rationality, but for deep feeling, for a passionate embrace of the wild, the ancient, and the national soul. And in this fertile ground, the long silent Druids found a new voice, though it was one they would scarcely have recognized. The Romantic thinkers looked at the stark new factories and longed for a lost age of spiritual connection. They gazed upon the mysterious stone circles dotting the British countryside and saw not the sophisticated astronomical calculators of a learned class, but the dramatic temples of primitive nature priests. They needed a symbol, a noble ancestor who represented a pure native wisdom untainted by modernity. The Druid, a figure shrouded in enough mystery to be reinvented, was the perfect candidate. This was not a rediscovery based on hard evidence, but a beautiful, heartfelt reinvention. The Druid was reborn as the noble savage, a serene philosopher who communed with ancient oaks under the full moon, a proto-Christian who already believed in one God and the immortality of the soul long before the Gospels arrived. This romantic vision was a powerful antidote to the disenchantment of a rapidly industrializing world, but it was a vision built more on wishful thinking than on historical fact. The real architects of this new Druid were a handful of eccentric and charismatic figures. In England, the antiquarian William Stukeley became utterly obsessed with Stonehenge and Avebury. He was one of the first to survey these sites in great detail, but his interpretations were pure romantic fantasy. He declared them the temples of the ancient British Druids, describing elaborate ceremonies and processions that he conjured entirely from his own imagination. His beautifully illustrated books, blending genuine observation with pure invention, captured the public's mind and firmly planted the image of the white-robed Druid at Stonehenge into the popular consciousness, an image that remains powerful to this day. Meanwhile, in Wales, a man named Edward Williams, who called himself Ailo Morgannwg, performed an even more audacious act of creation. A brilliant forger and a passionate Welsh nationalist, Ailo claimed to have discovered a vast collection of ancient Welsh manuscripts that proved the Druids were not savage pagans, but benevolent bards, monotheistic philosophers who held peaceful gatherings on Primrose Hill. He even invented an entire tradition, complete with rituals and ceremonies, which he presented as the unbroken lineage of the Welsh Gorsedd of bards. In truth, he had written every word himself. His forgeries were so convincing and so perfectly answered the romantic and nationalist yearning of his time that they were accepted as fact for decades. The modern image of the Druid as a gentle, nature-loving bard, the figure we see in so much of today's fantasy literature and neo-pagan ritual, flows directly from Ailo Morgannwg's prolific and creative pen. This revival created a profound and lasting schism. The historical Druid, the powerful judge, the political advisor, the master of a vast oral library, was slowly buried under the appealing fiction of the romantic Druid, the wise old man of the woods. One was a complex and formidable pillar of an Iron Age society, the other a symbol of a lost pastoral ideal. Yet this reinvention, for all its inaccuracies, served a vital purpose. It ensured that the name of the Druid was not forgotten. It sparked a public fascination with the Celtic past that would eventually lead to more rigorous archaeological and historical inquiry. And it provided a spiritual template for generations who felt disconnected from the natural world, offering a language of reverence for the earth that continues to resonate deeply. That romantic reinvention of the Druid did not remain a mere fantasy of the past. It planted the seeds for a vibrant, living spirituality that continues to grow today. Modern Druidry, often called Neo-Druidism, is a peaceful and diverse spiritual path that looks to the ancient Celts for profound inspiration. It is important to understand that this is not a direct revival of the Iron Age institution. The original Druids were the intellectual and judicial pillars of a specific tribal society, their roles inseparable from that vanished world. Contemporary Druidry, by contrast, is a new creation, a personal and often eclectic spiritual practice that consciously draws upon the symbolic power of its ancient namesakes. At its heart lies a deep reverence for the natural world, a value that resonates powerfully in our modern age of environmental awareness. Followers of this path see nature not as a resource to be exploited, but as a sacred, interconnected web of life, a concept that echoes the ancient animistic worldview. They seek to build a personal relationship with the land, the seasons, and the cycles of the sun and moon. This connection is often expressed through creative pursuits like poetry, music, and art, honoring the legacy of the bards, and through a commitment to personal growth and ethical living, reflecting the Druid's historical role as a philosopher. Modern ceremonies might involve gatherings in public parks or private gardens, where participants celebrate the solstices and equinoxes, not as the rulers of an agricultural calendar, but as moments to reaffirm their bond with the earth's rhythms. The focus is on inner wisdom, peace, and community, rather than on tribal law or political authority. This contemporary movement, in all its varied forms, plays a crucial role in keeping the symbolic legacy of the Druids alive. It transforms the ancient keepers of wisdom from historical figures into powerful archetypes, reminding us that the pursuit of knowledge, a respectful relationship with nature, and the nurturing of creativity are timeless human endeavors. The white robe seen at a modern ceremony is a symbol, not a replica, connecting a personal spiritual quest to a very old, deeply rooted longing for harmony with the living world. Two enduring images haunt the popular imagination of the Druids, one of brutal violence and the other of monumental construction. The first is the specter of human sacrifice, a tale immortalized by Roman historians. But how much of this is fact, and how much is calculated propaganda from a conquering empire? The classical accounts are vivid and horrifying, describing giant wicker men filled with living victims and set ablaze. Yet these stories were written by men like Julius Caesar, who had a powerful incentive to paint the Celts as savage barbarians in need of Rome's civilizing mission. When we turn to the archaeological record, the picture becomes far more complex and less clear-cut. Consider the Lindo Man, a body exquisitely preserved in a peat bog in northwest England. This individual, who lived around the 1st century, did not die a simple death. His final moments were a sequence of ritualized violence, a blow to the head, a thin cord tightened around his neck, and a cut to the throat. His well-groomed hands and the remnants of a special last meal suggest he may have been a high-status individual, perhaps a chieftain or even a druid himself, who volunteered for this role in a time of extreme crisis. This was not a routine public execution, but a profound and terrible offering, likely performed to appease the gods during a period of famine, invasion, or political collapse. The evidence points not to rampant, casual brutality, but to a rare and desperate act of spiritual negotiation, a world away from the sensationalized wicker giants of Roman description. The second great myth is their connection to Stonehenge. We must untangle a timeline spanning millennia. The great stone circles of Stonehenge were erected in phases, beginning over 5,000 years ago, a full 1,000 years before the first Celtic cultures even emerged in Europe. The Druids, as we know them, were the spiritual leaders of a society that arrived on the scene long after the last megalith was set in place. They certainly would have recognized the power of such a place. They would have gathered within its towering stones, used its perfect alignments to mark the solstices, and revered it as a sacred center. But they were the inheritors of this ancient temple, not its architects. They were the philosophers who studied the stars from a calendar built by a forgotten people, adding their own layer of meaning to a monument that was already ancient history to them. To credit the Druids with building Stonehenge is like crediting medieval monks with building Roman aqueducts. They inhabited and utilized a legacy from a far more distant past, a past whose original builders remain a mystery to this day. Their presence still whispers to us from the land itself, a hidden signature in the names of towns and rivers. Across the vast expanse where Celtic tongues were once spoken, the geography is coded with the memory of the oak grove. In ancient Anatolia, a place was known as Druidic, a name that translates directly to the oak sanctuary. Far to the west, scattered all across the map of Ireland, you find the name Derry, which comes from the Old Irish word dwar, meaning a grove of oak trees. Every time someone says they are from Derry, they are unconsciously speaking the name of a sacred Druidic gathering place, a temple of trees that vanished centuries ago. The landscape itself became a living chronicle, its names acting as quiet anchors to a spiritual past long after the people who named it were gone. This linguistic legacy runs even deeper than place names. Consider the very word Druid. Scholars believe it likely derives from the Proto-Celtic word Druid, which essentially means oak knowledge or profound knowledge. So the name of this entire learned class was intrinsically linked to their most sacred tree, the oak. The knowledge they possessed was not abstract, it was the deep-rooted wisdom of the forest itself. Other words from their world have traveled a winding path into our own. The modern English word bard is a direct loan from the Celtic languages, a tribute to the poetic class that stood beside the Druids. The word charm, which we use for a small trinket or a magical spell, comes from the Latin carmen, meaning song, which was itself influenced by the powerful sung verses of the Celtic bards. Even our word gees, though less common, comes directly from Old Irish, describing a sacred vow or taboo that bound a hero in the old myths, a concept enforced by the Druids' authority. These words are like fossils embedded in our language, tiny fragments of a vast and complex belief system. they remind us that their influence did not simply vanish, but seeped into the bedrock of culture, flowing like an underground stream into the future. Their greatest secrets may have been lost, but the echoes of their world are still with us, spoken in our everyday speech and written on the maps we use to navigate the modern world. Beyond the biased accounts of their enemies, the earth itself holds the final testimony of the Druids. The soil of their sacred places has slowly yielded long-buried secrets, offering a tangible connection to their world that no Roman text can provide. One of the most profound of these discoveries came from the very heart of their last sanctuary, the island of Anglesey. During the Second World War, as an airfield was being constructed, workers stumbled upon a stunning collection of artifacts in the peat of Lyn Serig Bach, a former lake. This was not a random collection of lost items. It was a deliberate and massive ritual deposit, a hoard of offerings cast into the waters over generations. The assortment was breathtaking. There were finely crafted bronze and iron objects, including elegant chariot fittings and decorated horse trappings, suggesting offerings from the warrior elite. But alongside these symbols of power and status were more chilling finds, iron slave chains, enough to restrain hundreds of people. This powerful combination paints a vivid picture of a society appealing to its gods with its most valued possessions, from the tools of war to the ultimate symbol of human wealth and power, other human beings. This archaeological evidence forces us to confront a complex reality. Here was a culture capable of great artistic skill and spiritual depth, yet also one that engaged in practices we find deeply troubling, confirming in part the Roman accounts of a society where slavery and possibly human sacrifice were woven into the fabric of their spiritual life. These objects, pulled from the dark Welsh peat, are silent witnesses to the desperate pleas of a people trying to influence the divine with everything they held dear. Further clues emerge from the graves of the Celtic elite. Across Europe, archaeologists have uncovered high-status burials that may very well be the final resting places of Druids themselves. These are not the graves of warriors filled with swords and shields. Instead, they contain a very different kind of toolkit. One such burial in Britain, that of a man from the 1st century, contained a collection of objects that seems tailor-made for a ritual specialist. Alongside his remains were a gaming board, a cloak fastened with a golden brooch, and a set of surgical instruments. This is not a warrior's kit. The gaming board could symbolize divination, the act of reading fate, while the medical tools speak to the Druid's known role as a healer. Another burial, this one of a woman from the same period in what is now France, held a series of metal rods and a headdress that may have been used for ceremonial purposes. These material remains suggest a class of individuals whose authority was not derived from martial prowess, but from intellectual and spiritual mastery. They were buried with the instruments of their trade, the tools they used to heal, to divine the future, and to perform the rites that bound their community together. These silent graves tell us that the Druids were not mythical figures, but real people who lived, worked, and were laid to rest with the objects that defined their vital place in the world. They are the missing pieces of a puzzle, giving physical form to the wisest minds of a lost age. The true voice of the Druids is a silence we can never fully penetrate. Despite the fragments of history and archaeology, the core of their world remains a profound and permanent mystery. This is the direct consequence of their sacred choice to never write anything down. We can reconstruct the skeleton of their society, the roles they played and the tools they used, but the living spirit of their philosophy, the specific words of their most powerful chants, and the private truths shared between master and student in the deep woods, all of that is gone. It vanished with the breath of the last trained Druid. We see the outline of their ceremonies in the artifacts pulled from bogs, but we cannot hear the prayers that were whispered as those offerings sank into the water. We can map the stone circles they used, but we cannot know the precise celestial calculations they made or the personal revelations they experienced under a canopy of stars. The very essence of their wisdom, the nuanced understanding of the soul's journey, or their most profound ethical teachings, is a library that burned down completely, leaving only the memory of its existence. This immense gap in our knowledge is not a failure of scholarship, but a testament to the power of their oral tradition. It is also the very source of their enduring allure. The mystery invites us in. It asks us to wonder, to research, and to feel a sense of awe for a depth of understanding we can only glimpse from the shore. Every new archaeological find, every fresh analysis of a classical text, is an attempt to hear a faint echo in that silence. The Druids, in their ultimate disappearance, achieved a different kind of immortality. They became eternal symbols of the quest for knowledge itself, guardians of a secret that compels us to keep searching, to keep listening for whispers from an ancient world that still has much to teach us about the sacred bond between humanity, nature, and the cosmos. Their story is an epic of transformation, not extinction. We have traced their path from the powerful judges of Celtic Europe, whose word could halt armies, to their systematic suppression by an empire that saw their wisdom as a threat. We witnessed their sacred knowledge driven underground, only to re-emerge centuries later, reborn in the quiet scriptoriums of Irish monks and the romantic longings of a new age. Yet through every incarnation, one thread remains unbroken, their identity as the ultimate keepers of ancient wisdom, their lives a profound conversation with the living, breathing, natural world. The search for their hidden history is more than an academic exercise. It is a journey to recover a lost relationship with the earth, to listen for the echoes of a time when every oak grove was a temple and the stars were a sacred text. This search for the Druids is, in the end, a search for a forgotten part of our own human spirit, a longing for that deep-rooted connection. I would love to hear what this enigmatic priesthood means to you. Share your thoughts and reflections in the comments below, and perhaps the next time you walk through a quiet wood or stand beneath a vast starry sky, you will feel the subtle presence of that lost world and remember the keepers of its ancient whispering secrets.
you.